Well, all right, everybody. We are back. Just like the title says, all I want to do is just play better than I did last night. But I also want to make sure that the audio is going to be a little bit better. Meaning that when I was watching last night's live stream, I couldn't help but notice how echoey I sounded when I'm on this microphone. And I later learned it's because all of the other microphones were picking me up. So I've been trying to tweak the gain settings, tweak the software a little bit to where when I'm here, this microphone should be picking me up the best. So give me a thumbs up in the chat or something if this microphone sounds better than yesterday, if you did happen to catch yesterday's live stream. I would appreciate it. And then I also did notice that my mini split that I have at the head of the table, whenever the table microphones and the shotgun microphone that I have at the front would activate, they would pick up the wind sound that the mini split is obviously giving out, so that way I can try to keep my garage cool while I'm playing. So I'm trying my best to figure out what I got to do with software or what I got to do with hardware in order to be able to reduce that as much as possible, so everything can still be legibly heard. All right, so one of the new things that I'm trying to do, and it doesn't look like I fully got it working, because I'm only going to be able to do what I'm about to do with the YouTube live chat and not the Facebook live chat that I see. And that's this. Let's see if this works. Chuck Bergola, I hope I said your name correctly, says, after watching my videos and learning a lot himself, him and his team went to Vegas and won the 8-Ball World Championship. That is freaking amazing. Congratulations, man. I couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier. So what you saw there is I'm now able to highlight chats again, but it looks like I'm only able to highlight YouTube chat. I currently can't figure out how to highlight Facebook chats, but rest assured, I'll be looking more into it and try to figure it out. And then I did learn last night that the reason why my streams were a little messed up was because since I scheduled a stream using the Restream software, when I actually started the stream in OBS, I actually connected my Restream account to OBS. And so when I said start streaming, that just started streaming. It didn't actually connect to my scheduled event. Whereas in today, I disconnected my Restream account from OBS, so therefore I can actually stream to my scheduled events. So everything should be in order today. At least that's what I hope, at the very least. At the very least. So Eves, what you're talking about with Nate when he streams to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, he's actually using the Restream Studio that's part of the browser. And I decided not to do that because the browser doesn't allow me to stream in 1920 by 1080 at 60 frames per second. It's only limited to 720. So what I'm actually doing with the OBS software is pretty much like what I just did when I was just streaming just to YouTube. And that is I actually broadcast from OBS into Restream, and then Restream broadcasts everything back out to whatever platforms that I would configure within my Restream account. And so by doing so, it prevents me from being able to use the Restream software to highlight chats, to be able to show the chat overlay. I can show chat overlay if I want, but it'd be nothing different than when I had the live chat actually showing on my previous live streams when I was streaming just to YouTube. So I haven't really quite figured out if I wanted to be able to do that or not, but at the very least, I want to try to be able to figure out how to highlight chats so that way when I'm answering a question, then the stream will be able to show what question I'm answering, just like I did for Mr. Pergola. But as I said, it currently only seems to work for YouTube. Not quite sure why it's not working for Facebook, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to figure it out. Now, nonetheless, I don't really want to waste any time. I want to go ahead and get started and try to make sure that I'm going to perform better than last night. And so in doing so, I'm not really going to be doing a whole lot of talking when I'm at the table. Every once in a while, I might voice a thought or something, but I want to remain strictly focused on playing. And I don't know if I'm going to stream as long as I did last night. We'll just have to see. It all depends on obviously how I feel and of course how the night is going. But without further ado, let's get the show started. So we're pretty much going to do the same thing. I'm only going to do this main view here. I didn't bother turning on my my GoPro for the aerial view. But let's do this. So what I'm not able to tell, so obviously I watched the restream. A lot of testing that I did, I had this microphone at what I thought to be a decent setting, but what I couldn't hear from this computer is whether or not if you can hear the mini split. And then the way I'm going to sound around the table, because I am speaking just a little bit higher, just so that way hopefully I can be heard legibly. So here we go. Already off to a bad start. Yeah, 2 instead of 1. Brakes are starting off a little bit better than they did last night. Actually just disturbed my brake ball. That's not good. But I'm still at the table, considering that was a bad positional shot. Same shot I just missed. 6, 8, 7. That's literally the same shot I just missed, going into the side pocket, catching the outside point too late, and it bounces out instead of bouncing in. See, I'm trying not to do too many crazy things with the cue ball, but still isn't really working out the best. didn't take me as many as attempts as it did yesterday to get to the second rack finally. So that's an improvement. That's rough. Still try to make the one. I have to kind of skip the 7 off of the rail. If I can get it behind that 14. See if the one will still go. Yeah. You gotta get straight in, don't you? All right. Be sure to like the stream. If you haven't done so already on Facebook, please share the stream. I'm going to be trying my damnedest to play as good as I can. I think I missed out on that bad. Plus, I didn't even get, well, yeah, I had the 5 balls, a nice secondary break shot. All right, well, all things considered, that's a 30. So, as I said, much better start than yesterday. So let's just try to keep that going. Because like ending a high run like that, I'm a little bit more satisfied with that because I didn't get a decent break, and then of course the pattern that I had to try to play was not the easiest in the world. So if I would have made that ball and been able to use the 5 as that secondary break, that would have been a good run. But the fact that it ended like that is, to me, is okay. In comparison to how my runs were ending yesterday, it's much better. Play the 13. nowhere near hard enough. I still have a break angle. I just have to incorporate a rail, which means I lose momentum off of the cue ball. Obviously, I was trying to flare the cue ball back around, get somewhere on the side rail there so I could back cut the 8. But I was a little worried on really blasting the ball, and then, of course, bobbling it here in the corner pocket. But hey, let's take what we can get, huh? Let's take what we can get. This makes things a little bit harder to, because I want to make sure I hit basically the top of the rack. If I hit the 7 or the 10 thick, the cue ball sticks to the rack, and that's what I don't want to do. Or I just missed the rack altogether. That's one thing I know Shortstop on Bob was talking about, because I cut the ball and I put topspin, the cue ball will basically arc, and I probably need to throw a whole lot more spin on that ball just to have a chance for it to hit the rack. Now, nonetheless, y'all saw me try to do this last night, and that's to hit the ball that's in the second row and then call the opposite corner ball to whatever corner pocket. So in this case here, I'm going to try to hit the 6 like a second ball break in 8 ball, and then call the 9 in the corner. But it doesn't matter. So the ball doesn't always go, especially if I don't contact the correct spot. I kind of wish I'm going to have to look at the replay and see where that 11 was to know that somehow there's a ball that can go all the way up there in the corner pocket. But that's a 15. This is a bit of a rough start. side. Need to be over here so I can get over here for the 11 in the side and set up for the 6. The 11 doesn't pass by the 6. The question becomes what? And do I attempt to shoot the 6 or not the 6, the 11 now? Do I go ahead and try to force the cue ball? See if I can force it. Got it. That worked. I just don't want to roll too far forward. Oh. Whew. And of course, I'm going to freeze right up next to that 8 ball. And actually, I'm not even frozen, which is sad. Because that means I can't push right through it. I was happy with this break too. So like this, if this ends my run, like this isn't a big deal to me, right? I got to come with some sort of heroic shot, right? So if I land it, awesome. But if I don't, I mean, no big deal. I need to make sure that I hit the break better, right? At the very least. So let's try to kick the 2. Right, and that's that 1 rail kicking system that I talked about. I at least hit the 2. Obviously, I could have been a little bit more accurate, so that way I can actually make it. But it's a very reliable system. Very reliable. Like I was only off by just a little bit. How do I overdraw that? Like, really? Ah, look at that. Okay, well, the draw shot was supposed to be positioned for the 7, and I actually way overhit that. I got nothing on that one. I got nothing on that one. Oh, wow. That's what I get. I deserved that one. I deserved that one. Tried to do too much when I should have went ahead and just tried to drop back a couple of inches. But that wasn't the greatest of end patterns either. I probably should have definitely went a different route. Ew. Expect those every now and again. I think I should have made that fly ball though. I wasn't trying to do something too terribly difficult on that one. that one much harder than that. Whoops. So that wasn't bad. Wasn't quite the exact end pattern I wanted to run. I think it was still a good end pattern though, considering that I tried to minimize my cue ball movement as much as I could on the last couple of shots. Which is typically what you want to do. Like we got a couple of new people that have never heard of straight pull. See, some of the regulars were explaining how it's done. So, welcome to my stream if this is the first time you've been here. Oh man, I was trying to go into the stack. The 4-ball was a nice insurance shot. Luckily, I have this up here. I'm flat on it. That doesn't help really. I tried to derail out of it. That was my own goofy little mistake. All right, so I don't get that point. It's another 30. All right, and I think on that note, I'm gonna take a break. So let's turn this back on. What's going on, everybody? I said I didn't stop like I would normally stop when I have when I hit exactly over, not exactly, but close to over 100 points. So I think I got it done in 8 attempts when I got that 13. I think. Right? No, I guess maybe this was it. Because if I take 30 away, I'm at 90. I'm at 93 balls. So that, yeah. So it took me 10 attempts to actually get over 100 points this time around. But nonetheless, as I said, the whole point was to try to play better tonight, and I think I'm at least doing that. Or it would appear that I'm at least doing that. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, trying to look at this new feature. Okay, so let's see here. Let me go ahead and hide this, and let me do this. So Heino Glop, I think I pronounced your username correctly. You're asking me what queue am I using? So I have a variety of queues that I actually use, but the one that I'm particularly using tonight, that I used last night, as you see in the chat, this is a Predator Icon 4.5. This is a queue that I actually bought off of Darren Appleton when he was selling it on his Facebook page. And this queue reminds me a whole lot of a limited Sean that I used to have because of the turquoise that you can find here inside of these points. And I never did officially weigh it, but I would imagine it's somewhere around 19 to 19 and a half ounces because that's particularly the type of weight that I like to use for my shooting cues. It comes with a 12.4 millimeter carbon fiber Revo shaft with a white bolt plate and a Victory soft tip. Now, normally, in my live streams, I would be playing with this because this is also a Predator cue. This is the Tuxedo SP2. This is a limited edition cue. I don't even think Predator sells this design anymore. It only sold a limited number, and now they're just out there in circulation. This one has a 12.9 millimeter Revo shaft with a Victory soft tip, and 12.9 is basically the size that I typically like to shoot with. But when I saw this cue, I just couldn't pass it up because how often are you going to get to be able to buy a cue from a professional pool player? And like I said, there was kind of a little bit of a sentimental value attached to this, considering that it reminds me a lot of a cue that I used to have, but I no longer own. So last night I was shooting both with the Icon 4.5, and then at some point in time I decided to switch and just started. And I finished the remainder of the night with the tuxedo, and then just kept on playing after that. So 60 Day Sin, you're asking me how much did I pay for the cues? That's typically not something that it's not like that I don't mind sharing how much these cues cost, but I'm not actually going to say the exact dollar amount. I would just suggest that you look them up. These are expensive cues, and I certainly don't want to sound like I'm flexing or anything because I have expensive equipment. I mean, I'm a financially well-off individual, and I just don't really like talking about financial stuff like that. I just don't really consider it to be. I don't want to use the word appropriate. I think it's a bad way of explaining it, but I hope you understand what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna say that they're expensive cues, but they're cues that I can afford, right? So that's about the only best way that I can put it. Not a lot of people can afford expensive cues, and so they have what they have, and that's that. That's usually why when people ask me what kind of cues that I recommend, the number one answer is going to be the one that you can afford and the one that you like. Okay, let's bring this back because I do want to talk about it. So we can see that I did a total of 10 attempts. And so right now, rack 1 is kind of winning because I couldn't get out of rack 1 6 times. But 2 times I did get to rack 2, and 2 times I did get to rack 3. And I got to 30 this time. I think last night I only got to 29. So obviously a little bit better than what I did last night. And with the average being at 12, I think my average started off like around 7 or 8 last night. So having an average of 12 right now, I think is really good. I think is really good. Obviously much better than last night. I would at least think so. I would at least think so. Now, while I'm taking this break here, does anybody have any questions? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna roll right into the next series of attempts. Hey, Danks 9000. I'm actually just kind of curious, what cue could you be referring to? Because I have a variety of cues. I'm actually going to scroll up here a bit and see if there's any questions that I might have missed. Okay, looks like everybody's just kind of just chatting amongst themselves, so this is good. This is good. I think I actually like this question. I don't know how I'm going to answer it. But Connor Desmond, he says he wants to know what is the difference between a good stroke and a great stroke. I mean, if you're watching somebody, let's put it this way. If anybody saw or has seen Jason Shaw's unofficial 714, because I think it was reduced to 690 something because of a foul that was caught somewhere in the middle of the rack, and I think the official record is like 690 something. I don't remember what the exact number is. When you watch the way Jason was stroking each of the shots, to be able to run 690 or 714 or whatever, do you consider that to be a good stroke or do you consider that to be a great stroke? Like, I really want to try to understand what is your underlying difference between good and great. If someone breaks and runs a 9 ball rack, do they have a good stroke or a great stroke? Like, does that make sense? Like, I can't really put my finger on what would really be the underlying difference, because I like what Robert Allison says. Like, that's pretty. I think that's pretty obvious. The straightness and consistency. Like, do they have a straight, consistent stroke? Whether it's their medium, their average stroke, or whenever they have to unleash a powerful stroke to be able to move the cue ball. Would you consider incorporating an elbow drop into a great stroke versus a good stroke? I don't know, just a lot of things to really think about. I don't really think there's like a definitive answer on how you would want to differentiate a good stroke versus a great stroke. But that's just my opinion. Oh, is that what they said, Eves? Because it was only going to be cue ball fouls only. Because I thought both records stand, but I thought the BCA only sanctioned the 690 something because of the accidental moved ball somewhere in the middle of it. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Okay, so I did have that correct. I did have that correct. All right, well, that's enough of a break for me. I'm going to go ahead and get back to my next series of attempts. Here we go. Wow, made that clutter a little bit worse. I was actually hoping to use the 10 ball to kind of break it open, but I guess I can't now. Not with this type of an angle. Well, I tried. And that's what I get for trying again. This is a 6. Yep. big bounce. Give me a difficult start. Cue ball coming all the way up here for, huh? Couldn't have really asked for a worse position. I guess we're going to try to play the 2 ball. Right now, I'm actually trying to decide if I want to use the 7 ball as a break ball or if I want to use the 14 ball as a break ball. Stay underneath it. And get off the rail. Ah. Don't think I have the necessary angle that I would want. If I was underneath the 7 ball, I'd be back cutting it. That way the cue ball can just drive right into the rack. I think I'll at least clip it. The table behind me that I'm hitting. Looks like I should be able to clip the rack. I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of balls to come out of the rack with this hit. I don't think I ended up with a shot. Yeah. That's the unfortunate part. I didn't end up with a shot. Look around. I can obviously try to bank the 14 to stay alive, which probably is what I'm going to end up doing. I don't see anything else I could possibly do within reason. Do I carom the 5 off the 2, and then it caroms off the 10 to go into the corner? Yeah, I don't think that would work either. All right, so I got to try to bank the 14. Close. I don't think I could have asked for a better effort than that. And like I said, so like that's an okay way for a run to come to an end for me. Didn't get a decent angle on the break ball, +1. Didn't get a decent breakout. Then on top of that, didn't really have a decent shot either. Yeah, 10. Always nice to have a little gimme shot right after the break, you know? really not hit you hard enough? All right. Thought I did. Oh, just a couple more inches would have been perfect. Actually, even being on the rail wouldn't be that bad from that angle. All right. That was interesting. That wasn't really the result I was expecting. Not that I'm complaining. Expecting that, that's for sure. Nope. Ah. That's +5. Still down by 2 racks. I can get 2 more racks by getting out of rack 1, then I'll be tied where my average should be getting closer and closer to 14. And this seems to be the break, the opening break that's doing it, really. want to have an angle on that 8 where I run into the 7. Okay. Sheesh. Didn't want to punch it harder than that, but that's okay. Just had to go up and down table, is all. And I don't really have the inside angle that I want because I was trying to get flat on the ball, but I was too flat on the previous ball, on the K2 ball. Oh, jeez. Spin, 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 spin. Guess we'll try the 13 ball. Oh, I thought I made it. I thought that one looked like a pretty good hit. What was that? +1. So I guess on that shot, I probably should attempt to stun into the rack instead of blasting it with draw like I did, because then I just get stuck up here and didn't really. But if I stun into it, then the cue ball probably gets stuck to the rack. So I don't know yet. I don't know what to do with that one yet. I'm gonna have to put some more research into that. So when I look at this, I don't really have like a decent break ball or anything. So this is where I'm thinking about possibly using this 4 ball as a break ball leaving the 3 ball at last so that way I can shoot it into a corner pocket, stop the cue ball in the rack, and get cue ball in hand in the kitchen. Unless I'm able to manufacture a decent break ball. Like this, if I try to shoot the 2, clip the 13 so the 13 clips the 14 and puts the 14 right here. If I can do that, maybe I can come up with a completely different strategy. But messed up. And tied up another ball. That's not good. Now I'm running out of options because I have to shoot this 3. Alright, so can I manufacture the 9 ball into a break ball if I hit the 9 from behind? Not by tying a ball back up. Ah, this gets ridiculous after a while. This is that breakout opportunity. So 10 ball can also be a break ball. I'm gonna have to shoot 4. Even the 7. course, I gotta ruin it. Now I gotta default to the 8. But, I mean, I ruined a lot of things when I did that. Tried to come all the way back around. Crap. Cut that ball. Ugh. It's 8. 7. Really? Ah, man. That right there was my position I got on that ball was my mistake. Both of these balls are break balls essentially, and they're both key balls to one another. And that was poor cue ball control. Most likely with a poor end pattern as well. this 7 ball, and I can probably hit the back of the rack pretty darn hard. All right. Well, I didn't blast into it, but it worked. Play the 3 in the corner. Why me? I thought that was a very creative shot, only to get punished +5. I thought that was pretty creative, only to get punished like that. Because I thought for sure with the spin, I would hit the side rail. It wouldn't just come all the way up and scratch like that. Yuck. Go for a secondary break. start playing, be a distraction. Yeah. Use a break ball. 12 and the 9 would work. I mean, hell, even this 15 would work, but I'd have to get the cue ball in the rack. Really? Did I really just do that? All right. Oh, I felt like I missed that. Wow. Baby, that's so much. That is ridiculous. But from this position, I can actually try to land where I need to be. I don't have to try to land in the rack. Because ideally, I'm going to want to cut this into the side and just blast right into the rack. So I need to be somewhere like right over here along the head string. I should be able to accomplish that. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Even though I had intentions of landing in the rack to make this easier, it actually actually turned out okay. So the one thing I could be thankful for is the variety of break shots that are actually coming up, so that way you can see, like, the different types of options that you can have here. Oh, jeez! I was supposed to run right into the 9. So let me try that again as an opening break shot. So much for that garbage. Let's try that again, but from this side. I can't believe I missed that. That is ridiculous. Like, that's what was supposed to happen, minus the 2 railing, the inside there. I cannot believe I missed the entire rack, and then of course scratched. But to be fair, I hardly ever get to attempt to do that shot. So clearly it's probably a shot I should practice more. No? Cat, you're not supposed to be a distraction. Goodness gracious. Nuts. Just certain types of shots that I'm still or certain type of cut shots that I'm still not seeing correctly. The other ones I'm seeing just fine. 3, 6, 8. That's a 7. Managed to ruin both break balls at the same time. That's awesome. Thinking that I was just going to run flat into the 3-ball. But now the 3-ball is going to have to be the break ball. Now look at this. That didn't do anything I wanted it to do. All right, so now we're starting to perform like we did last night. Started off decent, starting to taper off. I'm gonna see if I can switch it back into a gear. Oh, back to this. I think this break has been more successful for us tonight. Oh, gee whiz. That's one way to tank my average. The whole time, I'm trying to separate all this without disturbing that 3. And this is where having that different mindset of the way you would move the cue ball around versus if I would have just made the ball, if I would have just attempted to make the ball and not worry about what happens there, would I have made the ball? That whole concept when you're worried, you're more worried about the position that you get on the next shot, that you end up missing the current shot. Same thing. Come on, Chris. I wonder if I'm getting tired now. Some of these mistakes are just inexcusable. Oh, I couldn't get flat on the tune, could I? I guess that was just asking too much. Let's see if I can just hold it. There we go. Alright, I salvaged that one. Don't you dare! Come on! Force follow and you end up like stunning forward. Ah, that's the pits. Hit that with force follow. That should have went straight to the short rail. And it just like lagged itself forward instead. I felt like I missed that one. Y'all ever do that? Like the moment you hit a ball, you feel like you missed it? That's exactly what that one was for me. Oh, Chris, what are you doing? These are thinner back cut shots that I'm comfortable with, but I'll obviously take them. But this is what I do need to do. Is take shots that I'm not comfortable with. I can become comfortable with. Pretty much what I did the whole time I was playing the 9-ball Ghost. Did I get it? I did. I got it. Right onto the 5, which is what I wanted. Plus 5. 19. So what I'm curious about I would have missed it anyway. That was the whole point of that, was to see if I can break that 8 and 11 up. Save the 10 ball as a break shot. That was a cool break. Well, that's how you hit a ball too soft. Yeah, I hit it too soft. Trying to get position on the 2. Once I start getting out of line, everything just kind of starts falling apart after that. Unless, of course, I can recover. Do 2 more and then take another break. Interesting. What do you get for shooting left-handed? Come on! Oh. Well, uno más. I'm going to take another break. Giggles and grins. Let's try this one again. And that was a terrible idea. Oh, for crying out loud. That is so frustrating. 3, 6, that's a 9. Woo! Sometimes I feel like I got it going on, and then just sometimes the pocket just spits the ball out. Like, that is ridiculous. All right, Eves, thanks for cleaning that up. I guess I'm performing roughly the same when I think about it, with the exception of if I do 20 more attempts, am I gonna have so many? Because I did about 56 attempts. Yeah, I did about 56 attempts last night. I don't think I'm gonna do 56 again tonight. How long have I been streaming? Yeah, I'm almost going on 3 hours. I'll probably do another short session of attempts before I call it a night. Let's see here. Oh, but I think at least I'm doing just like I said. I think overall I feel like I'm doing a little bit better. I can at the very least I can say I did one ball better than last night. Now that I've got a 30 in there, the average is pretty much the same. That nice little straight line. Let's see here. Eddie Felson. Fast Eddie Felson. Maybe more contemplation sometimes, but you actually like my rhythm. I really do appreciate that. And holy cow, Eves, thank you so much for the $10 Canadian super chat. I really do appreciate that, bud. Really do appreciate that. Let's see here. Cooch57, I really don't know what the Gina Q is. I'd have to scroll up to see what was being referred to on that one. Unless someone saw the answer before I stepped away. Let's see here. I can start scrolling up a little bit to see what I can find. Everybody loved it when the cat was running around. And nothing much. Just people having the general conversations, which is good. That's what I like to see. Ooh, Hars H, love from India. Thank you so much for being here, man. I really do appreciate that. Well, Cooch57, I really don't even know what that name brand is. That was the reason why I was asking about it. And actually, it looks like I've scrolled up as much as Restream will actually allow me to. I don't know how much of it is left still in the YouTube live chat. Okay, so there's that. I'm just kind of scrolling around the chat. Give me just a second. Yeah, so I'm not really sure about that. Oh, so it's a custom cube maker in the same realm as Black Boar. I don't have that particular brand. I've never actually even heard of it before. I'd have to look it up and see what it's all about. Whew. All right. Well, I think my break is pretty much over. I tell you what, though. What do y'all think of? What about this? What about if I play like this for a while, or for the last session, the last set of attempts? I want to see a side view angle because I do at least have that set up. I didn't turn on my my GoPro, so I don't have the aerial view, but I do have this one. I'll leave it up to y'all. Do y'all want to see this view, or would you like to see the main view still? It really makes no difference to me because I do this for y'all. All right. I already saw 2 votes for it, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it. All right. Let's see if I can get to that 4th or 5th rack. Huh? Let's go back to this. Oh. Just love seeing all the clutterness. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Come on, I didn't hit you that hard, did I? Really? Sheesh. That's ridiculous. To have to do that. Step four. Not sure what to do. 31. Oh. And actually, let me check something. Let's see, here's the dual view, but I thought I had one with the main view and the side view, but I guess not. Never mind. Could have given you the. I'd have to design it, the main view and the side view at the same time. Contemplating the side pocket break again. If I'd have clipped that too, I might have pushed the 8 into break ball position. go with this instead. Oh, come on! Even the fact that I missed it, I just didn't get the secondary break that was needed on that. That is ridiculous. And that I played the right shot as far as I'm concerned. I just can't believe I missed. That one I can't believe I missed. I believe that was the right shot to take to go for a secondary break at that point. Yeah. I wonder if that was a corner ball. That would be the corner ball that goes 4 rails around. Four ball. That was a massive undercut on that one. 5. One went down. That's 6. That's a 9. How many attempts is that? Really? Stopped at 30. I've only done 3 so far. Done that. Wow. Uh-oh. Ah! As soon as I hit it, I knew. Six. Better. I really didn't leave myself a shot. I didn't ruin it all that much. Bumped it up a little bit higher. Would have been a little bit better had I not bumped into it. Slow down, 6. Still. Gotta come with it on this one. Pocket speed. Golly. Whew. I'm torn. I don't know whether to shoot the 10 now or later. One ball. That probably wasn't the smartest of decisions. I just missed that horribly. +3. Oop. Go. All right, so I guess I'm gonna do 5 more. That way we stop at 40 tonight. 16 less than what I did last night. That's always the pits. Oh, really? Looks like I have a little lean there. And I only hit that one that soft because I was trying to make sure that I wasn't going to bump the brake ball too far away. Whew. bobbled that pocket like that with pocket speed shots. I didn't even get the position that I was wanting. There's no excuse for that. Oh. This is the part where when my runs end like that, that is disappointing, that is frustrating, that plays with my head. Oh. Not gonna. I moved to 12 with my cue, so I'm not gonna count that one. All right, folks, this is Probably the last one. Unless I just crash and burn and then I just do a couple of rage racks before I quit. That's not gonna be hard enough, is it? Oh, that'll work. I was actually practicing that because I kept thinking going 3 rails around was the right way to do it, and basically I mean, I'm sure there's probably moments where it is appropriate to do that, but then I started noticing that drawing two rails seemed to get me better results than following to this rail first and then going three rails around. How? How does that not drop? Well, I think on that note, I am going to have to call it a night. That's just a bit too frustrating for something like that. What did I get? Just one. So 15. So at least, is this over here? Right, that. So at the very least here, I don't know. I guess y'all would have to be the judge of this one. If I had done better than previously, because when we look at this, I don't know. I was able to at least maintain roughly the same average that I had last night, but with less attempts. So I don't know if I don't know if that's considered an improvement or not mathematically, if that's considered an improvement. Because if I did attempt to do 10 more, or 16 more actually, to be able to match exactly what I did, would my average go up or would my average go down? Like that basically would be the unknown. So I think I numbers wise, I think I pretty much performed almost identical. I got four times that I got to the third rack, 11 times that I got to the second rack, and 25 times I couldn't get out of the first rack. Where I think last night I had 36 attempts where I couldn't get out of the first rack, and that's just frustrating. When I don't know how many shots where the ball bobbled in the pocket. And that was the part that was, I think, the most disheartening, is when the ball bobbled into the pocket. So of my 40 attempts, I played a total of 59 racks, and I was able to complete 19 of them. And that's basically looking at getting to the second rack 11 times, which means I completed 11 racks there. But then since I got to the third rack 4 times, then that means what? 2, 4, 6, 8. There were 8 racks that I was able to complete, since you count racks 1 and 2 being completed. So that's where the 19 comes from. Total of 826 balls. When you take 59 and multiply by 14, I was able to pocket 468 of them, having an average of 11, or BPI, balls per inning. So Murky Joker, of course I remember you. I think you were here in my last stream, and what you were telling us how you just had a baby girl. You and your wife just had a newborn, or a birthday, that she was officially 1 year old, I think, or something. I could have sworn I saw something of that nature last night. Whew. Okay, so that's pretty much going to wrap things up for the night. I do have APA League tomorrow, so we'll see if I'm going to be able to record that match. I don't have a match for Monday because I didn't play Monday since I wasn't needed. It does look like I'm on the schedule to play next Monday. So maybe sometime next week, that's when I'll be able to review my like two of my APA matches. That's typically what I've been doing with the reviews of the live streams when I do the APA reviews on live stream back in my office and whatnot. So I think at this point I probably should go ahead and, well, here, let me verify something. Checking the pool halls August 27th through the 5th. So yeah, I have about 2 weeks to prepare for the Texas State Open. So I think at this point, this is probably where I can say that I'm going to put my straight pool attempts on hold, and meaning that the next time I live stream from my garage, it's going to be playing 9-ball with the 9 on the spot, breaking and doing and trying to make sure that I satisfy the 3-point rule. I'll probably do some ghost racks, and I think it's race to 7 or race to 9 in the Texas Open. I really can't remember. I probably doubt that I'll bring my cameras and record my matches. Unless, of course, I end up on the stream table, and maybe I can ask the streamer to give me a copy of it or something. I have no idea. Most of the time now, when I go to when I go to major tournaments, I don't bring my equipment anymore, so that way I can just focus on the tournaments. It'd be different, I guess, if I had a camera crew, but that's I think that's asking for too much. Let's see here. Let's look at this. Oh, I can't. Hang on a second. When I do something. So let's do this. There we go. Rob, is it Revel or Revel? You're saying freeze my head. I'm bobbing when I stroke the ball and watch the ball go into the hole. I know what you're talking about there. That's something that I always constantly work on because of how low I actually have my chin above my cue. So when I stroke, sometimes I can lift my head up slightly, just to make sure that I don't hit my chin when I shoot. So I know exactly what you're talking about there. So that's something I'm constantly working on, like constantly working on. Sometimes I got it, and sometimes I don't. I can say that I think at the very least, my shooting abilities for tonight, I think, were a little bit better, and the flaw that came out tonight, besides the shots that I bobbled, was cue ball control. I would get slightly out of line and then have to recover over and over again, to the point to where basically the run would just fall apart. And I think there were a lot of times now where the rack basically ended because I just didn't get a good break angle, or I didn't get a good break shot, which I think is pretty good. Like I said, I'm more satisfied that my run ends on a bad break or a bad transition to the break ball than for something like that. Missing a ball and it bobbles the pocket and just hangs in the pocket. Like that's disheartening. But that's also pool. Something I definitely just have to try to make sure that I overcome. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm pretty much going to go ahead and end the stream for the night. I'm not entirely sure how many viewers I have here. Let's take a look. So I'm not entirely sure how many viewers I had for Facebook, but I do see some comments on there. I really do appreciate that. And it looks like I've got about 47 of y'all left on YouTube with 72 likes. I really do appreciate it, everybody. You know, I'm putting myself out there, so if someone got a good laugh out of me, then and I was able to make your day because you think that you're better than me, or you know that you're better than me. It really doesn't matter one way or the other. But if somehow watching me struggle made your day feel a little bit better, then more power to you. Because that's pretty much what I do this for. I mean, this is all full disclosure, full transparency of how my game actually plays, especially when I do my APA matches or when I'm doing stuff like this. Because this is my efforts at trying to improve, and that's why I go play in these tournaments like the Texas State Open and a couple of other ones. So, at some point in time, all the blood, sweat, and tears that I put into this is going to pay off, and I'll eventually, either beat my record of 79 on a live stream, or it'll happen again in a recorded content. It's bound to happen. It's bound to happen when I finally start putting everything putting everything together the way it's supposed to be. But like I said, for now, Straight Pull's going to get put on hold. The next live stream where I'm here in my garage is most likely going to be playing the Ghost in some 9-ball. So let's look forward to that. Once again, thanks everybody for being here, and have a good night.